Ready? All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Moore County Board of Education Combined Work Session Regular Business Meeting Agenda. We're beginning our work session now. It's Tuesday, June 30th, 2026. We're beginning just a few minutes late. Thank you for your patience. And so, do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you, and Mr. Benway is joining us by conference phone. At this time, we're at the Pledge of Allegiance, and Dr. Dahl, if you'll lead us in the pledge.
Everybody please stand and join me in the pledge. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Dr. Dahl. And Ms. Davis, if you'll lead us in a moment of silence.
Yes, if everyone would join me in a moment of silence, please. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. We're at Section 2, Reports, Information, and Discussion. Item A, Teaching and Learning Update, highlights of the class of 2026. This is a big part, and I'll turn it over to Ms. Purvis.
It sure is. This is a very exciting presentation. Each year, we've celebrated our graduations. We're so proud of the class of 2026. Ms. Lowry is here today. Kate Fall put this presentation together for us. You'll remember that she usually talks us through this. However, she couldn't be here, so she put together the presentation complete with her narrating. And so we still will get Kate, even though she's not here. But Ms. Lowry's here to answer any questions you may have. So Charlie, if you'd get us started.
I regret that I cannot be there in person today to do the best presentation of the year, but I am very excited to present to you the highlight reel for the class of 2026. 13 years ago, the class of 2026 arrived with oversized backpacks, untied shoelaces, a stomach full of butterflies, and a heart and head full of potential. A few weeks ago, they walked across our stages with college credit, industry credentials, and the confidence to shape the world. This presentation is not just looking at the data from the past year. We are looking at the accumulation of a 13-year investment. In 2013, these students entered our school. From learning to read to earning college credit, let's look at the academic aspects of their journey with us. They started out learning the alphabet, but the class of 2026 mastered a different combination of letters: AP, SCC, CTE, and more. Years of pushing themselves and each other to achieve what they didn't even realize was achievable, these students jumped headfirst into learning. So far, the class of 2026 has 1,122 graduates across 5 schools. That includes 138 from North Moore, 599 from Pinecrest, 347 from Union Pines, 30 from Connect Academy, 8 students from the Community Learning Center at Pinckney, and we still have a few students completing their work this summer. 10 students graduated from college before graduating from high school, and 3 more will be completing their associate's degree before the end of the summer. Congratulations to Ivy Slusser, Abril Miranda Aguera, Emma Morgan, Isaac Parsons, Nancy Lopez Sanchez, Cody Robertson, Allison Darling, April Cobb, Caroline Oakley, Hadley Lucky, Keon Farley, Peyton Robertson, and Riley Duke. The College Board recognizes high school students who demonstrate outstanding college-level achievement by scoring a 3 or higher on 3 or more advanced placement exams with the title of AP Scholar. The class of 2026 has 108 advanced placement scholars. School fees have grown since these graduates started kindergarten, so it's a good thing that the class of 2026 has earned over $23.4 million in college scholarship money. A small sampling of these scholarships includes Mustang Emma Morgan, who earned a 75% tuition coverage scholarship from Duke, but decided to turn it down. in lieu of a $100,000 scholarship and enrichment program through the North Carolina State Goodnight Merit Scholarship. Patriot Isabella Robinson, a Moorhead Kane Scholarship Award winner, comes with a full ride to the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, plus money for global travel and summer internships. Fellow Patriot Carter Tongue won a full ride to Duke with his Questbridge Match Scholarship. Viking Dominic Blue will be heading out of state to attend Western Wyoming Community College for free. Griffin Ivy Slusser received 2 scholarships to High Point University worth over $150,000. Also from Connect, Gabrielle Guerra will be using the Hazelwood Scholarship at Texas Tech, which covers all undergraduate tuition. 6 Tigers at CLC participated in the Lyceum Scholarship Program, which included networking opportunities while in high school and scholarship money at Sandhills Community College. We also had numerous athletic scholarships for gameplay both near and far, 10 Tin Whistle Scholarship recipients, each worth thousands of dollars, and numerous ROTC scholarships. In addition to college scholarships, our students who qualify have the opportunity to attend 2 years of Sandhills Community College for free after graduation. To qualify, these students earned at least 4 College and Career Promise classes and maintained a college GPA of 2.0 or higher. 40% of our graduating class, 447 students, qualified for this honor. Speaking of College and Career Promise, this is the program that allows high school students to take college classes for both high school and college credit. 2/3 of the class of 2026 took the opportunity and earned credit for 3,558 college courses. From building blocks to building careers. In kindergarten, these students learned to share and work in groups. Today, those basic social skills have evolved into professional excellence. The class of 2026 isn't just looking for jobs. They're entering the workforce fully certified and ready to lead. We had 100 students earn the highest score on the WorkKeys assessment. As a reminder, the WorkKeys assessment is a national workforce readiness test taken by adults in the workplace. It can often lead to higher pay and benefits on the job. Any senior who completed the career and technical education pathway took the WorkKeys assessment. In addition to WorkKeys, our seniors were part of the 5,444 workplace credentials and certifications earned this year alone. That is an all-time high and expected to rise as the last of the scores are reported over the summer. This means students are oftentimes entering the workforce with credentials already complete. One path after graduation is serving in our armed forces. Military academy appointments are a huge deal. These students are the best of the nation in terms of academics, character, and leadership. Their appointments come with a 4-year, full-ride scholarship covering tuition, room and board, and ending with being a commissioned officer in our United States military. The class of 2026 will be sending a graduate to 4 of the 5 U.S. military academies this fall. Abigail Cray will be attending the United States Naval Academy. Jack Holloran will be going to the United States Air Force Academy. Amari Walker will be going to the United States Military Academy at West Point. And Miley Scruggs will be going to the United States Coast Guard Academy. In addition to the military academy appointments, we have 3 Pinecrest Patriots going to the Citadel, Carson Andrews, David Lale, and Michael Panditch, as well as a Patriot joining the ranks of the Virginia Military Institute, Mercedes Lloyd. No more playing soldier on the playground. The class of 2026 has at least 28 graduates who will be doing the real thing very soon. Here are the students who have already joined the armed services right out of high school. I will pause for a moment for you to read their names.
Are the Atkinsons from Northmore related? Like brother and sister? Wow.
From recess to the stadium lights and center stage, growth doesn't just happen in the classroom. The kids who used to run around on the playground at recess grew up to become varsity captains. The little kids who sang while walking to the lunchroom grew up to be award-winning actresses. The kindergartners who asked why 100 times a day grew up to be the club presidents. In our classrooms, on our fields, and under our stage lights, they learned character, grit, and community. When it comes to showing off these skills, the Northmore Mustangs showed out. Senior Mustangs took home first and second place at Fun Fest for the Landscaping Challenge, second place in regionals for tractor driving, third place at regionals for hunter safety and floriculture, which is the study of cultivating flowers and ornamental plants. And they also took multiple top 12 placements at the FFA National Convention. Pinecrest's Senior Heavy Odyssey of the Mind team won first place at Eastern North Carolina Regionals, second place at the state competition, and third place at the World Championship. The class of 2026 has 66 students signed to play their sports at college. This includes just about every sport, ranging from track and field to lacrosse to baseball. One student, Allie Bauer, signed to play both volleyball and softball at Wake Tech. The Mustang ladies were strong this year. Stacy Cornell was an all-conference in cross country and track, qualified for the state meet in both sports, and was goalkeeper of the year in the Four Rivers Conference for women's soccer. Ella Fields had a career milestone of 1,000 digs in volleyball. She was also all-conference in softball. Claire Robbins, Alyssa Williams, and Roseberry Morales Abella were all-conference in golf and propelled Northmore's women's golf team to the state golf championship match after securing a third-place finish at the 3A Eastern Regionals. Connect Academy students play athletics at their domiciled school. This year, Connect student Peter Meyer was on the Pinecrest High School state champion golf team and sunk the championship winning putt. Union Pines wanted to make sure that you knew about their regional state winners led by their seniors. They won state in men's wrestling and women's wrestling. The softball team were regional champs and state runners-up. Men's lacrosse were regional runners-up. And Liam Miles, Dominic Blue, Mackenzie Shaver, Lillianne Blair, and Layla Flexnahar were all individual state champions in their respective sports. In addition to all of the amazing players we just discussed, the class of 2026 had 184 all-conference players and 14 players of the year, proving that our athletes do more than put points on the board. They also display good sportsmanship and leadership. In case you didn't know, the theater programs at our high school rival anything you can see on Broadway. Mustangs Grace Cohen and Haley Richardson both won Outstanding Achievement Awards at the North Carolina Theater Conference, as well as superior ratings in their respective categories at the State Thespian Festival. Patriots Keona Baker and Kensley Robinson were awarded a regional North Carolina Theater Conference Award for costume design. Nora Beamgard won at the regional and state levels for scenic design and got a state acting award. These Patriots, with their castmates, were one of two plays from our region to move on to the State North Carolina Theater Conference Play Festival. The other play that went on to states belonged to Union Pines. Their show, led by seniors, won the North Carolina Theater Conference, advancing to the Southeast Theater Conference in Chattanooga, Tennessee. Some of their Viking standouts, Sarah Jones and Gage Mabe, won Excellence in Acting Awards at regionals, and Jonah Reisner won acting awards at both regionals and state, and won the Best Actor at the Southeast Conference. The Moore County Young People's Fine Arts Festival was full of Moore County school seniors. Kona Popica, Aaliyah Santiago, Andrea Alvarez, Evie McCrate, Nora Beamgard, and Olivia Ratter all won awards. Andrea Alvarez also had her artwork selected for the University of North Carolina at Pembroke's 45th Annual High School Art Exhibit. Nora Beamgardner won the Sandhills English-Speaking Union Shakespeare monologue and performed at the national competition at the Lincoln Center in New York City. And Olivia Ratter also won the 2025 Congressional Art Competition. And let's not forget the musicians. Patriots Liliana Ball, Hadley Patton, and Isabella Robinson all earned superior ratings in orchestra competitions, and Isabella is also the recipient of the Moore County Philharmonic Orchestra Member Scholarship. Meredith Martin was one of the top 400 singers in the entire state selected to perform with the North Carolina Music Educators Association Chorus, which she did in her sophomore and senior years. Peyton Robertson was selected as the drum major for the Carolina Crown Drum and Bugle Corps, one of the top competitive marching bands in the country. Drum Corps International is considered the major leagues of marching band. In addition to individual accomplishments, the Union Pines Band, led by our seniors, received straight superior ratings in all genres of music this year, marching band and concert band, with many first-place finishes. They were also one of only 7 bands nationally to participate in the President's Cup competition. It's all good. It took 13 years for the class of 2026 to walk our stage, and a lot can happen in that time. We have students like Jalen Barnett, who arrived at Moore County way behind on her credits due to numerous circumstances out of her control. Through personal will and community love, she was able to catch up and graduate on time. There are students like Sherry Carpenter, who just after deciding to return to school after previously dropping out, lost her father suddenly. In his memory, despite what sometimes felt like the world fighting against her, she has graduated and started working on becoming a medical assistant. There's Lana Marley, who continues to overcome chronic illness and has had multiple surgeries in the past several years, who despite emergency surgery cutting her senior year short, still managed to rank in the top of her class. Students like Jaquan Fletcher, who started high school after his family was displaced and lost his home to a house fire his junior year. Despite that, he is Mr. Northmore, full of school spirit and making sure everyone feels seen, heard, and valued. Don't worry though, Jaquan isn't done with Moore County Schools. He's going to college to study special education and plans to come back and work for the school system he loves so much. We have students like Max Gano, who lost his father right before his freshman year and lost his mother during his junior year. Despite those devastating losses, he continues to excel academically, taking high school and college classes and playing soccer. He plans on becoming a general contractor and maybe one day will build our next school. And there are the Jerry McCains of our school, who in spite of significant health concerns, housing and food insecurity, and other family issues, decided to return to school after previously dropping out. He worked hard to balance school with family needs, but through perseverance and grit can now say that he is a high school graduate. He is off to study art design and make the world a more beautiful place. The class who walked in our doors, adorable, smiling, giggling 5- and 6-year-olds, have overcome some amazing hurdles to walk out of our doors as young adults ready to take on the world. So here we are, the same smiles, but 13 years of growth. They entered our classrooms to learn, and they leave us ready to lead. Through 13 years have passed, the spirit of these students remain the same, built on curiosity and potential. This is the investment of a community realized in a graduate. Because of the dedication of our staff, families, and community, our students leave not just as graduates, but as leaders. This is the pride of our entire district. What you see on this slide and the following is the ultimate return on that investment. To close our presentation, we wanted to celebrate the shared achievement across our entire community, highlighting the unique spirit of each of our 5 high schools. So please join me in congratulating each of the Moore County Schools class of 2026. The Community Learning Center at Pinckney Tigers. Congratulations to the Northmore Mustangs. And the Pinecrest Patriots. Congrats to the Union Pines Vikings. And congratulations to the Connect Academy Griffins. Thank you very much, and congratulations, class of 2026.
Madam Chair, I have something.
Yes, sir, go ahead, Mr. Hughes.
I think we overlooked someone. There was a Pinecrest student, a junior by the name of Gabby, I assume Gabby Brunson, who was selected, one of 20 people nationwide who was selected to attend. She's in theater, right, performing arts. Gabby Brunson from Pinecrest, as a junior, was one of 20 students selected nationwide to attend the UNC School of Arts High School Drama Program. So I don't know how that was overlooked, but she certainly worked hard for that too.
Is she a rising senior?
She's a rising senior, and she's
Yeah.
attending the UNC because she's not a graduate.
That's right. Yeah.
right.
So
But
this
still,
just
she-
focused on graduates. So
Yeah.
that's why
So she's leaving us, but it's
she's
still an
leaving us. But
accomplishment.
congratulations to her because that is a huge accomplishment.
Right. Any other questions and comments? It's just, you know, I have to read our vision statement because I believe this is a prime example of how we are meeting our vision for Moore County Schools, and that is, without a doubt, we're the first and best choice in education with an unwavering commitment to excellence. The evidence is here. The credentials, the scholarships, the accomplishments, the leadership, innovation. Look at our Connect Academy. Look at our CTE programs. Look at our arts and our athletics and the collaboration with Sand Hills Community College, all of the college degrees that we already have in the college courses that have already been accomplished, and ensuring the development of the leaders of tomorrow, our military academy appointments, and our service to the community. And it's a testament to not only, you know, the Board of Education, but it's a testament to the parents, the community members, the teachers, the staff, every single person that works and gives to Moore County Schools. This is our win. So congratulations to everybody. Other comments?
Thank you, Ms. Lowry.
All right. Okay, we are at item B, 2025-26 end-of-year discipline data report.
Yes, we have Dr. Capps and Chief Gooch and Ms. Sinan coming forward to share with us our year in review for discipline data. Dr. Capps, Chief Gooch, we'll let you take it away.
Good morning. I didn't know whether to say good morning or good afternoon. Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Charlie. All right, so here we go. So the grand finale for discipline data for Moore County Schools. I think the last time I was in front of you, we were highlighting the fact that parents were being contacted and involved. I do want to give you a heads up at this point in the year, when you get closer to May or June, we've contacted parents, we've given them all the updates and information, and we ramp things up a notch. So just be prepared, even though the numbers don't look too scary. So this is kind of how I laid out the data, and Chief Gooch is going to tag team with me this morning. We're going to look at 2-year trends, then we're going to 3-year trends, all at the data at the district level, and Gooch will be able to provide some of the police consequences as well for you. We'll go to the top 10 offenses, and then we'll go down to the school level. We'll get in the weeds of things so you have that data and that information. And then I've got celebrations there at the end if you just kind of want to see the roadmap of where we're headed next. And I also want to give you a heads up. Ms. Purvis talked with me this morning, and I made sure that I included a lot of my documents were in my notes. So I tried to include those wherever I could. So if you see something you want more information about, we're happy to provide that for you. So 2-year trend, at the district level, let's just look at that first. This is the information that you were provided with last year. You can see we have increased across the board, but I will tell you the message that we have sent constantly this year is learning is required. We're not going to tolerate a whole bunch of, well, you'll see as we keep moving, but learning is required. So out of school suspensions, office referrals have increased, not drastically, but there is an increase. All right, take it a step further, 3-year trend of consequences that we've provided, just to see how we are in relation to 2023 and forward. Again, nothing alarming. Next, we've got a 3-year trend with Moore County Schools police consequences. And I'll have Chief Gooch kind of talk you through. There is an increase. Go ahead, Gooch. I'm so sorry.
Well, as you can see, for 23-24, all the way to this school year, we go from 71 in 23-24, 62 for second chance, I'm sorry, 62 for 24-25, As you see for this school year, it's at 109, significantly higher. And I think one reason for that is they did away with the teen court. The guy that ran teen court has retired, so there's no more teen courts. As you can see, for teen court for 23-24 is at 55. Last year it was at 23. For this year, obviously it's the same thing, 23. Consequence for referral to DJJ for 23-24 was at 92. Last year it was down to 52. This year, obviously, back up to 102. And again, I think a lot of that's got to do with the we hold them accountable for for their actions, of course, but there's no more teen court so, as of March.
And we don't know so I know our social worker team is working through that. We don't know if this is gonna be where they're looking for someone to replace the individual that's amazing who retired. So we don't know if the program is going away or if it's just a retirement and they're waiting to hire the perfect fit, so.
And the last I heard, that's what they're doing, waiting to hire somebody.
Yeah, our social workers are all over that one. The next component that we have, I'll tell you, so I pulled the 3-year trend for this year's top 10 offenses, but I also wanted to link in the report that was provided to you last year. I updated those numbers as well so you can see what might have been this year's top 10 might have not been last year's top 10. So you have access to all of those on that link. Charlie, am I able to click on that? So again, you can see, now I do want to explain. So where you see cell phone use for 23-24 and then 24-25, that was prior to the state releasing their wireless communication policy or having the districts all create theirs from the state law. So you'll see, although we have no number there, it actually bumps down to our new data trail of wireless communication device, which would actually have earbuds, sorry, I'm like AirPods, earbuds, all of the things that can be connected to any kind of wireless communication. Yes, watch, glasses. So you'll see the data might look a little bit funky in those places. Again, I've provided that with you. That's what you were given last year. I wanted you to have that as well. So you can see this year's top 10, it most definitely was not exactly as last year's top 10, but we're close. Okay, thank you, Charlie.
Charlie, we hold that one just 1 minute. I just wanted to point out, you may have noticed on the previous slide that had bus misbehavior, as well as this slide, that has increased a lot. And I will say that Mr. Nelson, working with APs, has been very intentional about saying, you know, riding the bus is a privilege, and we need folks to have a seat and be safe. And so, although we see that has gone up, I think that is, at this point, a good thing, because the message is we need folks to be safe on the bus. And so, I think that, you know, we should see it trending down as we go forward, since things have been handled. But I did just want to point that out and let you know that that's been a concerted effort between our APs, our principals, and the transportation department, just to ensure that our drivers can drive without huge distractions.
What about theft tripling? Just, it's at the very end.
Let me check the number. That's a great question. It's something that we can definitely look into. And I also wonder some of the issues that we were just addressing with the access team, Chromebooks being damaged and then disappearing or whatnot. We're tracking all of that because of funding, and then making sure we get that back so then we can purchase a new device. Some of those popped up within there as well, but that could be another area we look at. I know vaping went through the roof. That is a hot item that our social workers are all over. We have a training scheduled because a lot of the children that are being caught with vapes don't even understand that although it's a fruity flavor or whatever else, it's still, you shouldn't have it. And then they don't know when it actually is turning to an illegal substance. So a lot of training, not just for high school, middle school, all the way down to elementary. We're starting with our social workers and counselors and pushing that forward. All right.
are there any progress in being able to catch vapors? I mean, I remember the vapes being very small and easily concealed, and students tending to use them in the bathrooms where, you know, for obvious reasons, we don't have cameras and things like that. So any progress in that might account for the increase?
I can tell you with our leadership meetings with principals, it's all about supervision and being visible. Bathrooms, obviously, you can't control everything that goes on in there. But when a crowd is congregating, typically, or people are not moving as fast as they should, that adult supervision, they have stations aligned or set up in some of the hot places. Does that answer that? And I'm looking at Ms. Simon because we were just with our principals discussing this.
Maybe outside of the bathrooms. They're not necessarily in the bathrooms with the students, but outside of the bathrooms and
Monitoring.
monitoring what's going on.
I would just add to that that is a really big issue, and it's really needs to start as early as possible on communication and making sure kids understand the risks. And I think there's a lot of misconceptions about the risks of vaping, and they are very easy to conceal. And I've had alarm bells brought up from my own daughters of they're worried about this generation of kids and this being a problem. So as early as we can get ahead of it, I would totally think that would be appropriate. So
Our the Superintendent Student Advisory Council actually mentioned that in one of our meetings, that might be some work that they do next year as a Student Advisory Council. Just educating, because they said hearing it from adults is one thing, but hearing it from their own generation, it means something different, which I was kind of offended by. But we're working on that as well for next year's planning, to have student leaders help us with that, with our social workers.
Can I point out one thing?
Yes, sir.
You know, on the legal side with that, especially with the THC stuff, the THC vapes, that's another thing we need. That's another thing we need teen court back, because it's allowing us to charge for that. Refer to the Department of Juvenile Justice, but not, because there's no general statute for it, so they're not even messing with it. But teen court will allow us to do that, so that's another reason we need teen court back.
Thank you, Charlie. Okay, so the next slide I added in this morning, I wanted to make sure you had it. It's got a lot of information. So this is what you were provided this last year. So that top chart you were given last year, I just took that chart and I updated it for this year. You'll see that those data points are all included in the slides that we're going to continue to go through, but I just wanted you to have that as well, full transparency. Again, a lot of information. Now, the next slide, I added this in as well this morning. These were my talking points. So aggressive behavior, and Charlie, if you'll freeze for 1 minute, I want to make sure Chief Gooch is able to address the handout that he's provided. Do we have that? Oh, perfect. Okay, so Chief Gooch behind the scenes pulled the data for from Moore County Schools police consequences. He had this, and we wanted to make sure you had a copy of this today. These, again, were talking points. We wanted to go over them with you, but also be completely transparent with you as well. So, Chief Gooch, you want to explain the data?
Yeah, I'll just say out of the 234 charges, I actually broke them down by schools and actually what they were charged with. So with CLC, the total charges was 25. As you can see with Cranes Creek, 29. Elise had 8 charges. New Central Middle School had 28 charges. Northmore High School had 9. Pinecrest High School had 42. Southern Middle actually had the highest with 51. Union Pines had 29. West Pine Middle had 11, and Westmore Elementary had a total of 1 charge for the school year.
And Chief, I know we had discussed at our last board meeting, and you were going to talk with our board today. You'll see board members there on the list, affray. And so Chief was going to talk to you about affray, fighting, assault, and charges that go along with those. So Chief, if you would, just give us a little explanation of those.
Afraid and fighting pretty much the same thing. Now, school might list it as fighting, but for us, charging to, as a referral, goes in as afraid, which relates to the same thing. So fighting is two or more people engaged in a fight. And actually, afraid is the unlawful physical contact between untouching of another. So, it don't, and with the assault, it don't actually say you have to be touching. It's public fear in terms of if I point a gun at somebody, that would be labeled as an assault also. So that would be the difference from afraid and afraid / fighting and a simple assault. So just because the school labels something as a fight, our charge is actually afraid, and regardless of whether they give consequences or not, we may, and vice versa. They may not give any. They may give some consequences, we do not. So, because they may be pushing each other, just simply pushing each other. For us, we know that that's not going to fly through the Department of Juvenile Justice, so a lot of times we don't waste our time with the charge. We let the school consequences be sufficient.
So the bottom line, Chief, is there are potential charges for assault and fighting, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Depending on what they actually done.
Okay, so now the documents that I've linked in, this is the report that you were provided last year. A lot of information. I tried to get that down and consolidate that in the slides at the end. However, full transparency, I wanted you to see my notes. So I've included those. So on that slide, there's 3 links. One, all of the school level data on aggressive behavior and the consequences for that. That's what's in front of you. You also have assault data that occurred at every school and then those consequences. And then you also have fighting data at every school and then those consequences. You have both years though, so you've got 2-year trend data to compare. So you have that at your fingertips if you're wanting to see further into the discipline data. Okay. All right, you ready to get down to school level data? This was kind of the intro to that, so you have that. If you want to get further into the weeds of everything, you got it. You've got everything that was shared last year and then some. I did take, though, the top 3 offenses, and I teased out what does that look like at the high school level, middle school, elementary. You know, is the high school on fire with our top 3 offenses, and that's why our data looks that way, or it might be the complete opposite. This is truly just raw data so that you can see where are our top 3 offenses occurring. So this is our high school lens. So this is aggressive, inappropriate, and disruptive. Keep in mind, these are also the 3 terms that we are defining as an administrative team right now to ensure that all principals, all assistant principals, and teachers know what each one of these terms means so we code things appropriately. All right, so here is middle school. Again, same numbers: aggressive behavior, inappropriate behavior, and disruptive behavior. And then the total number of referrals in general for that school. Am I okay? Keep going? Okay. All right, in elementary, a lot of information on one slide, but here you can see Aberdeen is our high flyer, don't forget. We did have conversation throughout the year about that. Mr. K was repeatedly saying, don't worry about what the write-up is. Learning is required. Let's get them out. I'll figure that out, and we'll push them in. So there was increase in referrals across the board at Aberdeen. for the reason of making sure that instruction was not interrupted. All right, now we're going to consequences. So what did it look like at the high school level for consequences? How often are we giving out out-of-school suspension, in-school suspension, and then bus suspensions? In-school suspension, it does include partial and full days, so it does look like it's increased, but it does include half days or one class period versus the full day. Don't fall asleep on me. There you go. Okay. It's a lot. Here's the middle school level data as well. So same thing, out of school suspensions, in school, and then bus suspensions. All right, and a lot of information all at once. Are you ready for elementary? Here we go. Elementary, out of school, in school, and then bus suspensions.
Can you give a little perspective on what elementary kids might do that would result in an out-of-school suspension?
Personal experience, I can tell you. So if a kiddo has had, if we've gotten 6, 8, 9 minor incidences, and we have retaught everything under the sun, and we've provided grace and forgiveness, and we've involved the family, at some point, even a kindergartner, you may have to suspend. Now, 4th and 5th grader, normally we're, with our discipline matrix, we normally will suspend quicker because they've had multiple opportunities prior to that for reteaching, and the expectation is higher. But I can tell you that in the elementary world, normally after those 3, 4 minor incidences, we're already tracking you as a part of our multi-tiered system of support where we're intervening and we do result to out-of-school suspension. Now, I'll tell you too, fighting, automatic. You're going home. We have no tolerance for that. So there is that, we love you, we forgive you, we're going to reteach, but then there's also too, no, you know better. School is a place for learning. Does that?
Yeah, and there are some things when we look at our discipline matrix that we have for our elementary, our middle school, and our high school. When we take a look at that, there are some of those offenses, like Dr. Kapp said, with fighting, that you are going home for 1 to 3 days. It depends on what it is. Some of those aggressive behaviors, some of those assaults, some of those things that you would see even at the elementary level, few and far between when it's going to be a suspension. But there are times that students are, it could be that they've had multiple minor referrals, but it could also be that they did something not real great and they need to go to the house for the day or for the rest of the day. You're welcome.
And I will point out that you don't see a lot of elementary schools on this list here, because the Department of Juvenile Justice requires them to be 10 years of age. And there's not many elementary school students at that age.
And even at that point, they don't really take them very often.
All right, the grand finale. This is something we've been focusing on this year just to see, is tier 1 of multi-tiered systems of support, is it working? If it's working, if schools are truly meeting children where they are and providing great classroom management, then that goal should be met of 80% of the children in that school have 1 or less office referral. This was scary when we started pulling this with principals. And then they suddenly started to celebrate the fact that we've got some really great leaders that are doing the right thing. Although a lot of times we target, fixing the ones that need to have the reteach, need to have the parents come in, the family involved. We have a lot of children that are meeting the expectation. So I have that district-wide, we're at 84%, so we're right above that 80% mark. And then you've got individual school data to celebrate. We're not far from being 100%, but this also goes back to that report that I included from last year with a ton of numbers on it, where you can see repeat offenders. We have a batch that are still learning the Moore County Schools way. So just know that the expectation has definitely been raised this year, But at the same time, we're also going back to our processes and procedures and making sure our expectations are clear.
I'll just point out to the board that, you know, with 84% of our kids having one or less referral, that means that 16% of our kids really account for a lot of incidents. When you look at the number of incidents that are listed, that is the reason that positions like our social workers and our counselors are so integral, because those folks help support, work with us in interventions for behavior. So just a shout out to those folks we don't usually get to mention a lot, because they really work carefully with that 16% of students and help us support those interventions that are needed.
I had a quick, just numbers question on that last one. I apologize, I didn't get a chance to look at this prior to today. So is that 84% of our total student population?
Yes.
With only 4 schools under 80%, that's an interesting average. You would think it would be higher, but without diving into the numbers, I'm not sure how that
Yeah.
would be.
I can show you. I think a lot of it is
Number of
Aberdeen obviously
incidents?
had a spike this year.
Right.
I think if we teased out some of that, they would probably be further along, but that did pull us down.
Gotcha. Okay.
It would
So
be
number of
interest-
incidents would be part of the issue.
Yes.
Got it.
Yes.
Okay.
So that's a little skewed. It will be interesting to see what that looks like next year as we continue to look at 3-year trends.
Because that's a big celebration. I mean, that many schools that far high, that's great. Thank you.
Right. And
Yeah. I had all kinds of notes. I had all kinds of notes, but I decided to focus it a bit just during the presentation. I just have a couple observations and then one question, and my question is going to be on slide 13. So my observations are, I'm glad that we are facing and addressing behavioral issues. Because, 4 or 5 years ago, we weren't. This stuff was not being accurately reported, and there was an environment set up where teachers were not reporting for various reasons, told not to report things, and they just weren't reporting behavioral things, and they were forced to deal with them themselves. And, it's important that we address these. Adam Smith said, "Mercy to the guilty is cruelty to the innocent," and the comment was made, learning has to happen, right? Well, it's only fair that students who disrupt are dealt with. It's only fair to the faculty, staff, and more importantly, it's important to the other students, because if the classroom's interrupted, it's interfering with the learning of the other students. So a lot of people may look at the statistics and go, oh my God, this statistic doubled and this statistic tripled. Well, look at the case of Principal K in Aberdeen. There were issues there, and he was addressing them, and you address that by disciplining people. And you don't discipline your children because you hate them. You discipline because you love them. Hopefully, of course, there are exceptions to that rule. I would ask 2 questions. One doesn't have anything to do with this slide. The first one is, do we have any information on recidivism of the Second Chance program and teen court?
we actually have that as our notes.
Okay, good, because I've asked that like years in a row, right?
Gooch, I put it on slide. Okay.
Actually, it was pretty low. I was surprised too. I think it was under 12, like 11.43% of the 109 that's in the second chance.
Right.
Actually got in trouble again. It's 11.43.
So the recidivism was 11% or so? Good, that's good. That's much lower than I thought. And
Can
I'm,
I interject a question?
Sure.
Regarding that, what is the protocol if they get second chance or teen court and then they commit another major infraction? Is that then referral automatically to juvenile justice or?
Correct.
Okay.
If they charge that, yeah, it automatic, from that point on, they can't go to second chance teen court no more. So it's automatic Department of Juvenile Justice.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for letting me interject.
then my other question is, I have a related question to that. Do we get any feedback of the results of the juvenile justice system, or does it just disappear into space and we don't ever see the results?
Yes, sometimes we do, especially if they do not accept the referral. They let us know that, because they'll send a letter back to the officer that made the referral. And if they go to the department, if it's accepted to the Department of Juvenile Justice, the officer has to go to court too, so we know the outcome that way.
Okay. And then on this slide, I'm kind of curious where the goal came from of 80%, because the school board didn't set that goal.
No, and I will be honest with you, when we opened McDeed's, we set the goal at 90%. The PBIS, so the state PBIS, positive behavior
intervention and support.
Right.
Research states that 80% shows that your core is working. And we do that with academics as well. If you're teaching a particular standard and 80% of the children are passing it, core teaching is working. Now you've got to intervene on those 20%. That's our measure. So it's applied to behavior as well. If 80% are meeting that expectation, what you're doing is working, but you might have to push it a little bit further. You might have to fine tune it a bit more. That's what we've coached principals on this year. If you're at that 80% mark, sure, you can celebrate, but can you articulate what your expectations are for your children in your building, and is it written? And that's what they've been working on. Many of them already have it, reviewing that with their staff to then fine tune things to push it even further. So that's research-based 80%, but I will tell you, and there are other schools that are raising that bar every day.
The reason I bring it up is I would be concerned that goals become quotas, right? And we never, ever want a classroom teacher to not make a referral that they believe is appropriate because they feel like they have some sort of quota or goal to make.
Sure.
All of our faculty, staff, everybody needs to know that, if a student needs a discipline referral, they should make that discipline referral. And the numbers fall where they fall.
Absolutely, and I believe it was when interim Purvis, she was interim at the time, came into our first leadership meeting, and she made that crystal clear.
Yeah, good.
Learning is required. Don't waste time.
Yep.
If it's interrupting instruction, get them out, let's intervene, and let's figure out what's going on. Everyone else in that classroom shouldn't suffer.
Yep. Perfect. Good. That's what I want to hear. And for the record, Ms. Purvis has another 12 hours and 2 minutes as interim superintendent.
Tomorrow's the first day.
So sorry.
Did you have any?
Oh, were you gonna
No,
finish?
you go first.
So, so I will say from personal experience teaching the classroom, I'll reiterate what Ms. Purvis said about the necessity of our psychologists and our social workers, because I've had classrooms where we had students that were continuously disruptive, and it affected the other kids to a point where, I would have to contact parents and say, this is the reality we're dealing with. I just want you to know what we're dealing with this year. And so having that extra support is really critical in the moment to handle those kids and help the others learn better. I wanted to come back, so I had mentioned a little bit about the vapes, and then Chief, you had said something about THC vapes, and I didn't quite understand what you were saying there about, I guess, rules or regulations, or you had said something about that being a little bit different or an obstacle, and I was curious what you were
On a
saying.
regular basis, we don't pretty much get involved with that. We might take them, we actually take them and put them all in one location, so we can, at some point, we're gonna make a display where we can put them all together and show the different types, because there's so many different flavors and types now. But for THC vapes, normally teen court would accept that as a charge or as a referral. But now there's no more teen court. DJJ would not accept that at all. So
Interesting.
they said there's not a general statute for it. So in other words, there's not a legal North Carolina law in terms of the books, I guess. Yeah.
Is that in the process? Because that's really concerning, right?
I agree.
How could we do anything to contact folks or encourage people to contact folks? As a parent, I just know that that's something that I would feel strongly about contacting representatives to get that fixed.
And teen court falls on the district attorney, so he would allow the teen court to accept those referrals and get consequence and punishment that way, but now there's no more teen court, so we don't have a referral process for that. So.
Interesting. Well, thank you for clarifying that. I didn't know that.
One follow-up to that, and then I have one other observation. So, you know, it was some act of Congress 5 or 6 years ago that allowed this THC, that's not quite THC, that permeates our communities, that allowed that. That's going away at the end of 2026. So all these THC vapes that aren't really THC, those are non-existent after the end of this year. The federal government repealed that law. So hopefully, you know, then it'll just be, you know, smuggled real THC from other states. But the inability of anyone in North Carolina to go down to the vape store and buy Delta 8 or any sort of other THC that's not technically THC, that goes away at the end of this year. And I think that will be positive for our schools. The other point I'd like to make is transparency in our discipline stats, you know, in my mind, is for 3 reasons, right? And it's important. It's not just so we can sit up here and go, and poke holes or poke fingers in people's eyes. It's 3 important reasons. One is so the school board knows what exactly is happening so that we can, you know, assess and set policy as we see necessary, right? And that didn't always happen in Moore County schools. Secondly, is to reassure the parents who entrust their children into our care each and every day that, you know, okay, they see the actual statistics. In this case, they see that they're actually minute, but, you know, they're real, right? But more importantly, they know that we're dealing with it and they see the actual numbers instead of rumors. And then third, you know, punishment and people seeing other people getting punished, even at young age, it serves as a deterrent. So for those 3 reasons, so that we can see and honestly assess and act to reassure parents and the public that we are taking it seriously and the scope of the problem. And third, to deter other students. Oh, wow, that person got punished. I'm not going to do this. This is very important for those reasons. So I appreciate the transparency and honesty.
Just one more thing before we leave. All of these comments are so incredibly important. And one thing that I want us to investigate or try to figure out is really how to involve outside agencies in the help for these 16% of our population. You know, do we collect information about what are those problems, those trends that we're seeing that are coming into our schools, and should we involve Partners for Children and Families? How are we involving our social services? How are we involving the care group and other groups in our community that can help these children? You know, the 16% that might need some extra help. You know, I know we can't go in there and raise them, you know, and help that way, but we do have a lot of great partnerships with our community that can step up and help if we can build a collaborative effort.
I had a comment I wanted to make, and it
Oh,
really
okay.
connects with that.
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
And that is, my colleague shared his experience in the classroom, and wanted to say something about my experience in the classroom, that I have noticed a pattern that when, you know, teaching high school, when I had a student that was just repeatedly disruptive in class and making it hard to teach and distracting the other kids and keeping me off balance and so forth. And I went and talked to admin or talked to the counselors about this kid. I'd usually uncover a really terrible backstory, you know, a kid dealing with really tough circumstances, or a child who would overreact to a fairly normal, calm admonishment about something they did in class, but they would overreact violently. Again, if you dig, you'd find something really distressing, you know, just tragic. And so before our chair spoke up, I was going to say, you know, this just connects to why it's really valuable for us to have the counselors and the social workers involved. But I think it also bears on the appropriateness of involving agencies that can provide some support. And I think some kids who've suffered really terrible stuff very early are going to have a hard time ever, you know, calming themselves and reacting in an even-keeled way. But certainly if we can get them support and get them help and reduce the compulsion associated with that trauma, it's all to the good. Am I making sense?
We typically will always say, can you get to the why behind the behavior? Because if you can get to the why and address it, then you can actually set up goals to progress. Because if you can't get behavior under control, academics will never get under control.
Thank you so much for this work. Thank you for the involvement and the collaboration, and we really appreciate our leadership team in addressing how we can make students successful. Yes, sir. Go ahead, Mr. Benway.
Yeah, I'd like to make a comment.
Please do.
I'd like to thank everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'd like to thank everyone for putting together this in-depth report. But again, it's all after the fact. It's reporting on events that have occurred. Back in the winter, we settled on the need for something called a line of effort of character development. I think that we have the opportunity here, if we put our heads to it, to put a front end on this and do an awful lot of preemptive work so that kids do the right thing when no one's watching. You know, we arrive at that state at each campus where less and less of these offenses occur. I think if we inspect just a little bit into these numbers, I would suspect that the product of our existing character development courses, which is the junior ROTC programs, you will find very few of those members listed in these statistics. And there's a reason for that, and that's because we have a curriculum devoted to character development. We test that character development, and we recognize that character development. It becomes part of that culture. I think we have the opportunity to leverage that sort of thing across the board and improve these statistics. In other words, rather than looking in the mirror, we start looking down the road and shaping our characters of character. That's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Benway. All right. I believe that's all.
Thank you so much.
Everybody doing okay up here? All right. Okay. We're at pending action and discussion. Thank you so much. Item A, NCHSAA sanctioned sport and coaching salary supplement additions. Ms. Purvis.
Yes, thank you. So again, this is Dr. Capps as our athletics falls underneath our student support services. We have 2 additional coaching salary supplements that we need you to approve, but the reason for this is the addition of 2 sports to our high school choices. So if you would share that with us and how that came about, Dr. Capps, and then we'll look into the board's approval of the stipends.
Sure. So in May, the North Carolina High School Athletic Association, we thought that they were going to sanction girls flag football and boys volleyball next year. But even Mr. McCormick, who's on the board, was texting me and saying, no, they're moving forward today. It's happening. So when I reached out to our athletic directors, they all said, can we go ahead and get ahead of this? Go ahead and get coaches on the stipend sheet. Whether we have a team or not, we're going to do our best to put one together. And it's growing. They've already had little information meetings and sessions to encourage the enrollment. But this is just to get us ahead. I will also tell you, though, when doing my research, North Carolina in general is ahead across the country in regards to both of these sports. So Moore County will now be ahead because I will tell you so. Union Pines, for example, will more than likely have a team. The neighboring counties have been doing for girls flag football. Boys volleyball is still not as, the excitement behind that has not happened yet, but I think it's coming. But girls flag football, I believe, will get going in the fall. For example, Union Pines High School, the neighboring counties have already been doing flag football. So Harnett, Lee, what's the other one? Johnson. Those neighboring counties already have flag football as clubs up and running. Over in 8A conference where Pinecrest is, so Cumberland is stalling. They do not want to do this right away. They want to wait until the following year. They're not rolling it out. The same for Hoke and Robinson and Scotland. Robinson's on it, Scotland. They're delayed in that area. So what we're looking at, we're trying to get ahead. We want the coaching stipend there, so if our coaches do take this on and we can get teams in place, our people, our athletic directors in Moore County Schools want to get a leg up, mainly too because they will have those state championships this year. And if we, at any point, can be there, they are itching to be there. They do not want to be held back. So that's honestly why I brought this to you today. Our athletic directors are asking for this so that they can go ahead and get these teams up and running so that we can compete with all schools in North Carolina. But even though right now it's going to be baby steps.
Yeah, so we can't be certain that we will have both of these sports at all three schools. We'll just have to see what the interest is from students. But today what we're asking the board to take a look at is the cost of adding these teams to our schools in terms of coaching stipends. And so you can see, Dr. Capps, if you'd share that cost with us.
Yes, so look, when I first pulled this, I was alarmed because I thought this is not, I was pulling information on the items, the supplies we would need for both sports. I was like, $500 will get us up and running. And all athletic directors were like, well, we can figure that out. We'll be okay. But then when I pulled the stipends, I went ahead and I went to the highest level. So let's just say we have a girls flag football coach that has 30 years experience, and he ends up at the highest end of that coaching stipend supplement spreadsheet. I wanted to go the highest possible. So worst case scenario, if we get a flag football coach or a boys volleyball coach that has years of experience, and we recruit the best of the best, at the end of the day, this is the bottom line amount that those stipends would cost us. I do not expect that this year, but worst case scenario, I wanted you to be prepped for that.
So that $7,776 is a combined amount for both sports, and that $23,328 is per year once all three schools have both sports fully implemented.
And that's a coach and assistant coach. So again, we went the high end. You're probably not going to have an assistant coach, but we went the high end to have the coach and assistant coach position for both sports at all three high schools.
It occurs to me to ask, how have we been complying with Title IX with respect to volleyball and football up to today?
That's a great question, and I will tell you that's the research that I was finding. This has been fueled and funded and targeted with the Carolina Panthers organization of getting more opportunities for our girls to have opportunities to play sports.
I can share, Dr. Dahl, just a little bit on that. Because North Carolina High School Association just sanctioned this, we've been in alignment with Title IX. However, this is now not just a club sport. This is a high school athletic association sport that is sanctioned, which means we do want to take that on so that we do stay in compliance and offer everything that we can to both our boys and our girls. But up until this point, it has not been sanctioned by the High School Athletic Association, if that makes sense. In other words, a sponsored high school athletic association sport. There are sports, as you know, that are club that we don't have in our schools. Those do not impact when we're looking across the board at are we providing what we need to. It is those high school athletic association sanctioned sports that we must ensure we are providing to everyone.
Thank you.
I just have some questions on the salary supplement schedule itself to understand it. So, actually, you can bring it up so everyone. So I'm looking here, there's columns, right? And those are stipends. Are those monthly or season? That's my first question. Season. So, so just as an example, a middle school coach, football head coach, we pay that person $1,080 stipend for an entire 3-month season. Any idea how many hours that coach would put in to earn that $1,080?
Mr. Hensley, this is a uncomfortable conversation as a former cheerleading coach when I
Right.
figured mine.
It's even worse. It's $504. Wait, a cheerleading coach gets $504 for a season.
It came down to about a nickel an hour, and I was driving the bus.
Right, and they drive buses too.
I will. Yes, some do. I will tell you. So this was a point of contention when I first got in this position. I pulled salaries from Cumberland, Harnett County, the surrounding counties, just to see, are we just lowballing our people? We're actually doing better than the surrounding counties.
So we need to do better.
Yes.
I remember back, I had very few conversations with Superintendent Grimacy that were not, at a school board meeting. But I remember, I don't know, I caught him in the hall or something, and I asked about this. And he said, way back when, probably 25 years prior, he was a coach at, wherever, right, when he started his career. And he said, we are not paying our coaches any more than I got paid when I was a coach 30 years ago, right, or whatever. This should be addressed. I mean, obviously people are doing this because they love doing it, because it's not an exaggeration to say you're getting $1 an hour, or a nickel an hour, or so. Hopefully this can be addressed in the future, and we can get this to be. So I was expecting. My next question was, oh, it's monthly. Okay, is this just during the season, or is it all year long? But no, it's the whole darn season. This is not. This should be addressed. That's all I got.
All right, we'll have,
It needs to be addressed because it's also part of our strategic plan is extracurricular activities and taking care of our people. So it's not just me saying it, it's our strategic plan and the will of the board saying it.
all right, we have Dr. Burris sharing with us Arts and Letters, English Language Arts pilot for Elise, New Century, and Cranes Creek. So if you would walk us through what this pilot looks like and what we expect this to bring to these schools.
All right, wonderful. I'm really excited to share this with you. This is a pilot that we are looking at, as Ms. Purvis stated, at 3 of our middle schools. And this is in response to a need for a curriculum beyond what we currently have. And I'll kind of explain what some of those differences are. So first of all, Arts and Letters, they get the name Arts and Letters because this curriculum is a comprehensive curriculum across multiple content areas with a focus on ELA structures and literacy topics. But they also look at art. So that's the reason why we have arts in the title. So they're going to be analyzing famous art pieces, and I'll give you some examples of what that might look like when we dive in just a minute. So that's where the title comes from. Letters is, of course, referencing what, the text, informational, poetry, short stories, novels, those types of things. So when we're thinking about the structure of this curriculum, it is a 6-8 curriculum. We're focusing on those 3 schools. It's a module structure. So the module structure means that you have 4 modules per grade level, okay? And each one of those modules works to answer an essential question. And it goes across multiple content areas. So you're going to see history, science, poems, the arts, like I just referenced. All of that is done. And these modules really make up about 40 lessons, and they have tasks throughout. And I'm going to talk to you as well about how writing is incorporated, which is one of the really coolest parts about this curriculum that I'm so excited about. So, but each one is based around this topic essential question. So that kind of differs from what we have right now for 6-8. So what we have right now for 6-8 is really based on skills and standards. And where this curriculum kind of differs from that is that it looks at the standards and the skills, but it does it through answering an essential question. So there's some handouts that you're going to be given that kind of go through some of the different texts that are used, as well as the essential questions by grade level. And there's some deep essential questions that really get kids thinking. So if we're looking at kids reading, thinking, writing, speaking every day, this curriculum provides opportunities for that in a way that's very engaging. The next thing to think about too is alignment. So we have new ELA standards that are going to be coming on board for the 27-28 school year. So we are going to be in the process of training on those standards during the 26-27 school year. This curriculum has already passed alignment studies with those new standards, which is huge. I can tell you honestly, there are 2 standards that I'm aware of through their alignment study that I reviewed. There's a 6th grade standard having to do with semicolons for items in a series that is not directly taught. And there is an 8th grade standard having to do with hyphens that is not directly taught. But grammar is part of this core curriculum. Writing is part of this core curriculum. So those are the only 2 areas. And then there was one with having to do with transcription skills that was not directly taught in 7th and 8th grade. But other than that, it's a clear alignment. All right, so moving on to the essential questions. So what they have done is they have curated text sets aligned to answer these essential questions. And so this provides us an experience for a student across literature, fictional text, poems, informational text, videos, transcripts, speeches, all going back to providing an experience to answer these questions. And so there's a couple that I kind of want to point out to you to give you some examples. And then we also have some hard samples for you to look at as well. But if you look at that Great Depression, how do people persevere through hardship? The focus there is on narrative writing, but an example of an art piece students might look at would be the migrant mother. You remember the famous picture of the mother during the Dust Bowl who's holding her child? I think it's by Lang. That would be a picture that they would be analyzing. And they analyze those pictures, different art pieces, to try to garner up some excitement about what they're going to be studying. Another example might be the Navajo Code Talkers. An art piece there is they look at Iwo Jima, the statue of Iwo Jima. They also read Code Talkers is the novel that's associated, the book that's associated with that, and how does societies benefit from cultural knowledge. Another one that's really interesting is the Rise and Fall. How does literature deepen historical understandings? So that has an argumentative writing focus, but in that one they're actually reading Animal Farm, and they're also reading a historical fiction based on the author's life story called 90 Miles to Havana, about children put in the Peter Pan to be able to flee communism in Havana when they were young. So there's some really deep literature, but students are taken through this literature and through this informational text on a journey. And on that journey, they're building knowledge. And that's one of the core foundations that I love about this curriculum, is it really comes from the idea that knowledge begets knowledge, and that when you're helping students become better, fluent readers, they have to have something to connect to. And that allows them to build on those experiences and make those inferences and have that critical thinking. So that kind of gives you a sample there, and you have that handout that was given to you as well of what the different essential questions are. You also have some of the novels that are used and some of the texts that are used. The students have workbooks that are consumable, and in those workbooks, they also have some of the speeches, some of the transcripts, some of the short stories, some of the poems. But the additional pieces of literature are on the handout that you've been given. Another piece that I want to focus on here on this slide is the writing. So the writing takes them from the beginning of the module through the end, and it's very explicit teaching on how to write that type of writing. But what is really cool about this curriculum is when you get to the 4th module for all 3 grade levels, it's research. So they have an option to do their research either as narrative, informative, or argumentative writing. And they're taught the MLA format. They're taught how to write an abstract, right? 6th grade. I'm so excited, right? As an English teacher, like, this is incredible. This is incredible. So they're taught how to do those things. They're also taught to think about their research and what questions might come up in the future based on the research. So it's a constant quest for gaining knowledge and then challenging that knowledge and then writing about that knowledge. And it's done in a way that's aligned really with what these 3 schools already have in their math curriculum with Eureka. So it's doing that same launch, learn, and land, and a lot of the same strategies that are used in Eureka are used with this curriculum. So kids aren't having to go from math to ELA and learn a totally different way of conversing with each other and talking about something. Those strategies stay the same, which helps when you have students that might be struggling, not to have to learn something new to take up their thinking. Another really neat aspect about this, and you can move on to the next slide, Charlie, is that when we're thinking about the skills that it's anchored in, even though it's middle grade, they're still working on fluency. And so fluency is a student's ability to read through a text and fully comprehend. And so because of that focus on knowledge, that's helping with that fluency, and there's fluency practice built into the curriculum as well, which we currently do not have in our current curriculum. So that's a nice added piece to help with students who still might be struggling with fluency to be able to have that practice. Every module has 2 reading comprehension assessments, and then that writing piece is always the end of the module task. Okay, move on to the next one. So the final kind of piece here is the core practices that they teach students to do, which we all do normally because we're solid readers. But when you're working with students, especially in middle grades, and you're handling and tackling some of these really deep texts, the Odyssey is taught in the 6th grade as part of this curriculum. It's the younger student version of the Odyssey, but still the idea of the hero's journey. So it's teaching students how to question, ask questions as they read to build that curiosity, teaching them about summarizing skills, annotation skills, and then looking at what they're annotating and using that and the evidence that they're collecting to make authors craft decisions. Like, why did the author choose to do this? Why did they use this piece here? What did that help me as the reader do? So it's really analyzing text at a really deep level, and that's part of the core practices that the curriculum teaches along the way. So there are some samples for you if you're interested in looking at those samples. One is from 6th grade, and it talks about, it's the module having to do with I Am Malala, about the girl in Afghanistan who fought for education for girls. So that's the module that you have there to look at. And then the 8th grade is about poetry and fictional texts uniting together and how an author chooses to do that. So there are some samples if you'd like to take a look at those. That teacher's guide is there, the student consumable workbook is there, and then there's also something called the pre-module, which provides small group instruction for students to have before beginning the module for anyone that you think might be struggling, English language learner, a student that struggles with reading comprehension, to do some pre-work with them. What questions do you guys have?
One of the things I'll share about this, when the push years ago came for everyone to go one-to-one device and everything came online, there became a shortage of true textbooks and consumables. Everything was something that was software put on the computer. As you know, we're trying to transition back to more teacher-led, face-to-face learning, more pencil-paper learning. Our curriculum folks did a phenomenal job when we, in the absence of those types of materials, of creating content for curriculum online. But what that requires is for our teachers to go online daily or weekly, and it's multiple clicks, multiple hunts, multiple prints. So not only is this effective for children to go back to a consumable, but it is also helpful for our teachers in terms of planning, implementing a lesson, and having a resource instead of having to access everything virtually. And so I'm excited to see what is, as she said, kind of like Eureka coming forth in ELA.
I don't have a great understanding of what's going on in middle school now, but I look at this and there's some things about it that I find exciting, because I've had kids come to me in high school and summarizing is something they don't really know how to do, and I think, boy, if they knew how to summarize, think how much more I could do with them in my high school class. Annotation is something that a lot of students came to me not really knowing how to do. And again, I felt like if they had that skill, and I'm a science teacher, I'd be guessing to try to teach those things. I tried, but wasn't very good at it. But if they came to me with those skills, how much more could I do with them? But also, and I'd like you to help flesh this out for me, I get the impression that what we're looking at is partly a transition from more fragmentary texts to looking at whole texts. And that is something that the board, through some different compositions, has shown an interest in, and I think a lot of us have a feel it's positive. Can you add some detail to that?
I would love to. So the way that these modules, as they call them, are designed is really focused around that essential question. So that really opens up an avenue where you're still hitting skills and standards. I want to reiterate that repeatedly. But when you teach from an essential question or a concept, it really allows you to pull from different genres. So informational text, full novels, poems, plays, to be able to answer whatever that essential question is. So if you look at one of the essential questions was, and I don't have them all memorized, but if we're looking at how does literature deepen historical understandings? Well, they're reading a satire, a political satire about totalitarianism, but then they're also going to read a story about people actually fleeing communism. And so then they're going to read some articles. There might be an encyclopedia. So there's going to be different pieces of text, but it's the whole text that they're going to be analyzing and reading, and it all connects back to that writing. And that's the part that's so exciting for me, is that one of the questions that they have for that particular unit was, I believe it was, who was the worst leader on the farm, for Animal Farm? Was it Mr. Jones or was it Napoleon? And then they have to defend it. So that's really asking for a deep understanding of what the text was talking about, as well as historical connections to what was going on in the Russian Revolution and the innuendos that are taking place in that text. So it's really beyond, to your point, beyond just looking at something on the surface. You're really diving deep to do that critical thinking and then that responsive writing.
Question is, will they get physical text?
Yes, yes.
Okay, books.
So they get
Okay.
their books. The workbooks are over there, and that has some of the speeches or some of the poems. But the actual text that you see on your handout, they're going to get those books in hand. So they'll actually get those.
In a consumable.
And the workbooks are
Okay, so
consumable,
don't-
where they
yeah.
can annotate, write. The graphic organizers are in there, the teaching of the writing, those pieces. And the writing is very formulaic, as it should be at this
Right.
age, and teaching them directly how to write. There's revision, editing, peer editing, rubrics, all of that is
What-
included.
What I picked up on was that it's very rigorous,
It
but
is.
but you also have supports in there
Yes, ma'am.
for
Absolutely.
different types of learners. So that was great.
Absolutely.
I think this is fantastic.
And it's all done within developmentally what is appropriate. So even
Right.
though you have the Odyssey, it's the Odyssey that's the version of the Odyssey for that age group,
They're
right?
very
So it's
intentional.
they all understand the hero's journey. They're all Star Wars fans, or they
Yes,
get it,
yes.
right? So, but it's still developmentally appropriate, but you're still pushing them to do that type of thinking.
Love the read, write, think
Yes.
piece.
And tell us about the pilot part. So why are we doing it at 3 of 5 schools?
So
That was my question.
yes.
And why did we choose those 3 schools?
So the pilots we asked for interest from the principals, because we always want buy-in from the leaders in the building. So it was interest from the principals. It was looking too at, because as Ms. Purvis mentioned, this is a curriculum you're not having to go in and click. Everything is there for you, very much like Eureka is. So schools that may have a higher turnover rate, we were looking for things that would be easier for beginning teachers to implement, because you have some of those support. And as we've done with most everything we've done in Moore County, we always try a pilot. So when you think about what we've had success with so far, 95% core phonics, that started out in 2 schools, and then the next year we moved it to 3 schools, and then we moved it across the district. Same with Eureka. So it's that taking it to make sure that this works, that we have these pieces in place before we do a full district investment, because it's pricey, a full district investment in this curriculum. It's worth it, but I want to make sure that we have the buy-in, that we understand what it is, that we know the nuances, and we can kind of work out some kinks along the way before we go full district. Yeah. Yep.
Well, I will say that Moore County has always done a good job of piloting in the process, and I think that's a critical piece to get teachers and hands on things, students hands on things, and then how are we monitoring how it is actually effective. So definite kudos on that. The new principals of these schools, how are they feeling about this curriculum?
So I've spoken to Mr. Rodriguez, and he is excited. I have not had a chance to speak to Ms. Pratt yet, Dr. Pratt yet. And then Kim Coe was on board from the get-go with it, and her teachers were very excited about it. I know when I was in the classroom, I taught 8th grade English, I would have jumped at something like this. Like, I just would have jumped at it. So we're excited, but the teachers will have training. So I didn't bring that up. They will have training in August, and then they'll have training again in October. And then we're going to do a very similar process that we did with Eureka, where we have module studies. So we'll bring them in. We'll look at what's coming next, what the assessments are, what the writing is, what might be some common areas for misunderstanding for the students, to address that before they actually begin teaching, which is what we've done with Eureka, and that's been pretty successful.
Would there be any way to do like a, because it'd be great to see some of the writing samples and some of the progressions. If there's any kind of pre-assessment of where writing skills are, and then looking at this and seeing where we end up, student to student, that would be really cool to see. A report back on that would be really cool. How did you find this? Where did it come from?
So Eureka, which is Great Minds, we've been looking at another type of comprehension curriculum because we've had such success with 95% for decoding and phonics. We've been looking at some options for comprehension, and from looking at that, we knew we needed something for 6-8. We knew we were trying to move towards more text in hand, moving offline, things of that nature. And they still have text in hand with our current curriculum, but trying to find those pieces that have the writing integration, research, and it's incredible. I'm very excited about it.
Did you
Can't
find
tell.
it? Did Kim Coe find it?
No,
I'm
no,
just
actually,
curious.
it was brought up to us through the person that we work with for Eureka, and
Okay.
she was like, "Have you checked it out?" And I had looked at Geodes, which is the younger version. I'd looked at that before, and it was very, very pricey. So I was kind of like, we can't afford that. And then she was like, well, have you tried this one? Have you looked at that? And then conversations. Donna Gephardt had talked to them as well, and so it was just moving forward from there. I brought it to Ms. Purvis and to Jamie Sinan about it, and was really excited. And they're like, let's see. So,
Great, cool, thank you.
So we can look at the price.
yeah, there's the price.
Yes, sir.
Hello?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yes. Yeah, a question for Ms. Burris. Over the courses of the 3 years of this program, do the kids proceed to the point where they culminate with an entire book read and reported on?
So they will read an entire book every year. So the modules, just depending on what story. So for example, in 6th grade, they're going to read one, Bud Not Buddy, I Am Malala, a Single Shard, and then the Odyssey in 4th grade. So actually, sir, they'll read four books in 6th grade, on top of the short stories, the poems, the informational text. And then 7th grade, it's the same. In 7th grade, it actually might be 5 there. It's Castle Diary, The Midwife's Apprentice, Code Talker, Animal Farm, 90 Miles to Havana, The American Plague, Fever 1793. So actually in 7th grade, it increases, it doubles. So they're reading multiple full books the entire time.
Okay, super. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Okay.
I have a question.
Okay.
Was this offered to our K through 8 schools?
So we just looked at it for 6-8. So they do have a curriculum for K-5, but this
No. I'm sorry. Let me rephrase it. I think you misunderstood. So the only 3 schools that accepted this are our middle schools. Was this curriculum offered to our K through 8 schools? You know,
Westmore and
Westmore and
Amtrak,
High Falls, who have a middle school embedded in them.
We did not reach out to them for this. It was those 3 schools that we approached.
that might have been an oversight. I mean, I don't know what's all involved, but maybe we should circle back around and see if there's buy-in from those schools. Because they do have middle schools embedded in them. They may or may not want to participate,
Right.
but
And the cost?
All right, so we're looking at, as you know, first year implementation is always going to be most expensive. That's $112,664.48. That'll come from our Title II funds. That is all materials, the professional development, as Dr. Burris shared. And then after the first year of implementation, each year, additional materials, as you'll remember, there's consumables. So would be $51,942. Now that is for these 3 schools. If we see throughout this pilot that, hey, this is very effective and that this is something that we can benefit from, certainly you'll see this rise, right? But this is the price for these 3 schools for the pilot. So $112,000 is for this year. If we were to move forward with only these 3 schools another year, because for some reason we're trying to figure something out, it would be $51,000. Our hope is that by the end of this year, we would have some great information from our curriculum folks and from our teachers and principals to give us feedback as to whether this would be something that we would spread to other middle schools. Anything you'd add to that, Dr. Burris?
No, ma'am. For if we add additional schools, the following year it would be higher because they would
That's
have
right.
the PD, they would have the books that you see here, those become classroom libraries, so we would need to purchase those. So the price would be higher for those, bringing those schools on.
What's the number of students in each year that would be doing this? Do we have a quick estimate of that?
So the quote was built on 486 students.
Okay, so I'm looking at
Around that, from 466 to 486, depending on the
in
grade level.
the first year quote, the section on core text kits. So there are class or text libraries, parentheses 30. So I presume that's a set of 30 of each
Yes.
text.
Yes.
And quantity 5. So 5 times 30 is 150. That's less than 450, I think you said.
Right. Because it's
So
a class set of
are they
books.
going to rotate and do them in different orders?
No, so so if you think about, like, I'm a 6th grade English teacher. I may have 3 blocks of 30 kids. Those 30 books, I'll use in my first block. I'll use in my second block for the novels.
So they stay in the classroom.
Correct. The
They don't go with the
Right.
kids.
The novels do. Their workbooks, the consumables that have the other pieces of text, that is consumable, and they can take those home. But like the Animal Farm, the Odyssey, the Code Talkers, those all stay. They're a class set, which is what we do now, pretty much, for any novels that we do.
Okay, thank you.
All right, hearing no further questions. Thank you very much.
My
It's
pleasure.
very exciting.
Thank you.
And we're at item C, exceptional children's contracts for services for 26-27.
We have Mr. Waters joining us, and he'll be sharing some upcoming contract for services for skilled personnel. So, Mr. Waters?
Welcome.
Good afternoon, guys. I have 3 contracts for you today, and these are contracts that you'll be pretty familiar with. First of which is MGA Staffing. Thank you. First of which is MGA Staffing. We're entering our 3rd year of partnership with MGA Staffing for our skilled nursing for our neediest students. They do provide one-to-one daily service that can only be delivered by an LPN or an RN. And these services are for school-age students in our extended content setting. They afford us the ability to really plug and play when we have an absence. If no nurse pretty much means, and it's not pretty much, it does mean the student cannot be here to access their education. So it affords us the ability to be able to plug in a nurse into that spot on the fly. And sometimes we know before that day gets there, sometimes we know that morning, and the child has already arrived. So when we reach out to Mr. McDonald with MGA Staffing, he's able to send a person over from Fayetteville or from wherever they're staffed from right away to be able to fill in and have that flexibility. We have, even so, have had issues where we've owed compensatory services when we just could not get a nurse for a given day, and we've worked it out this summer for a couple of our students where I'm just in one-offs, a couple of days here and there where we've been able to do compensatory services for those days. But at any rate, that is MGA staffing. Next contract is Mariposa School for Students with Autism. We currently have one student projected to be there next year. That is down from 2 due to just age and aging out of the program. We do recoup half of that cost back to us at the end of each year, so half of that $78,000 will come back to us from the state due to us having that, what they call out-of-district placement, that we do a grant with to recoup half of that funding. The third is Sand Hills Children's Center, and we continue to have a developmental day relationship and working partnership with Sand Hills Children's Center. As you know, we have 10 classrooms across 6 schools now, where we have a third of our students are developmental day, a third are NC pre-K, and then a third are tuition. Well, these developmental day placements, we've downed it from 25 to 20 seats this year simply because we've been able to build some capacity with those developmental day seats within Moore County schools. But it does afford us the opportunity to have that infrastructure there that the Sand Hills Children's Center already has, to be able to provide those students with services up to 20 students, obviously pre-K students, and also their, whether it's speech, OT, PT, those related services as well. And you'll see a considerable drop in our amount for that contract. It was, I think, $368,000 last year, down because we have down the number of seats that we are contracting with Sand Hills Children's Center. So with that,
Okay.
any questions you have?
Any questions? All right, Mr. Hensley? Okay.
So if you could scroll up a bit, please, right there. No, I'd like to see those 3 costs up one more. Well, when I look at these, right, and I'm like Sand Hills Center, 20 students, 271,000, that's 12,000 per student or whatever. Mariposa School for Students with Autism, get that, that's a private school. I kind of get hung up on the first one. So let me ask you a question. What is the skilled nursing? What specific skills are required? And I'll tell you why. We could just hire 6 full-time nurses for less than that, and right? And this is just how many months out of the year?
Right.
The average salary of a nurse in North Carolina is like $70,000 a year, which is about $6,000 a month, which would tell me that we could hire registered nurses for $6,000 or $7,000 a month for much less than we're paying these people. And there's no shortage of nurses.
Yes, sir. We priced out, I had finance actually price out a 15, just as an average, a 15-year experienced nurse. So middle of the pay scale, with benefits and with salary, came out to $94,322. There would be some savings. We can absolutely agree. There would be a little bit of savings there. I shouldn't say a little bit, but there would be savings. The thing that I feel like, truthfully, and what my stance throughout this has been, that we multiply our trouble. We kind of borrow trouble if we do it in-house, simply because of the sub factor. It is life-sustaining care that these nurses are providing, and we could absolutely hire single positions. We could hire half of those even in-house. But when it comes time, when that nurse is out sick, or when that nurse quits even, we're multiple days in some cases of owing a full day of education to a student who cannot be here without that life-sustaining care. And the flexibility that affords us to be able to truly plug and play and be able to react on the fly in real time whenever we have that, a staffing company, that's what they afford for us. And this is something that's done throughout the state with different school systems because of the level of care. And we can agree the school nurses they provide a great level of care, and they are nurses, full-fledged nurses as well. But in this case, it truly is, it's an episodic deal where we're trying to have a nurse in front of that student, and whether it's a trach or, whatever the need is, to be able to provide that care in real time. And in case, exactly, it's mandated by their IEP and determined by a team, and there's a care plan that says this cannot be provided by a one-to-one, it cannot be provided by a director or a principal or an assistant or a teacher. It has to be a nurse. And we really, it just affords us the ability to make sure that these schools have access to that free and appropriate public education that they're entitled to.
I will share that I had followed up, because these are some hard questions that I'd already asked Mr.
Yeah,
Waters and said,
absolutely.
hey, let's take a look at this. In talking with our folks, there's a couple of things that they brought to my attention. Yes, we'd save about $50,000, but the issue is that our current nurses do not do specialized care. And so they will not cath students. They do not put trachs in. There's a level of liability to that. And so it was brought up that, we pay our current nurses the salary that Mr. Waters just stated, and they do not provide that level of depth in their care. They do a terrific job. They do what we hired them to do, but they don't do specialized care. So the reality is, if we were to hire nurses that are going to go above and beyond what our current nurses do, we would have to pay them more than we're currently paying our nurses, because we would be short-sighted to think we can ask folks to do this specialized care for the same salary. So after Neil explained to me that these folks send us a nurse immediately, if we need it, another nurse who's trained for specialized care, and combine that with the fact that, okay, our current job description does not include this level of care, and if we were to develop a new job description, it would have to fall under EC. It can't fall under Lisa Kaiser and Student Services. That job description being more in-depth would cost a little more. So we wouldn't end up in the long run saving $50-some thousand. Could we save a little bit? Perhaps. But for those reasons, I said to Mr. Waters, let's move forward this manner.
Yeah, let me go down this rabbit hole a little
Sure.
bit. Normally I've deferred to this every single time, but I'm going to dig my heels in a bit. If you take a nurse at $80,000 a year, and again, there's no nursing shortage that I'm aware of. In fact, there's an excess of nurses because we let a bunch of them in H-1B visas to drive down the wages. Anyway, so we're in school 9 months out of the year, right? 10. Okay, so that's $8,000 a month. So 8,000, that does change my math though. So times 1.28 for a load, that's $10,000. Hold on, I messed up my math.
While he's doing that, if we do have to not provide that education on that day, is that an additional cost to it to make it up?
It is.
So we need to think about that extra
It
cost.
absolutely is, and that's a great point.
Yes, Joy.
We are,
Yeah.
that comes at an extra cost. I think we're providing, 3 days this summer
Mhm.
for a couple of our students, and that does come at a cost to us on
Okay.
that back
I just
end.
wanna make
It
sure
definitely
that's
does.
noted.
And any nurse that we employ during the school year is going to have a certain amount of leave, right? And so we are going to have to juggle trying to find somebody else to come in, or else tell the student they can't be here that day.
And this is it's a max amount situation where it's truly scalable, because we have students, we had one last year that moved in that, we unforeseen, and we step forward and we say, all right, we're going to provide the services that are needed. And we have students move out as well.
Yeah,
But
that's what
it
I was
is
gonna
our
share.
best to be scalable and be able to react in real time to those needs. It does help with the staffing agency.
So, Mr. Waters, if we have a student who leaves and we no longer need that nurse, how long do we have to retain that nurse for that student with this MGA staffing company?
Right away. I mean, it is understood that right away when that student moves and those services are no longer being delivered, there's not an hourly rate being paid at that point, and it stops in real time.
Okay, thank you. That helps too.
Absolutely.
I gave up trying to do the math. It exceeded my capability for today for some reason. But for some reason, 9 months and 10 months threw me for a loop. But let me ask just a question, and this is just a rhetorical question, right? So, Ms. Dahl brought up, well, we have to give these people vacation, right? They work 10 months out of the year. They get every federal holiday off. They get 2 weeks off for Christmas. They get spring break, they get fall break, and they want vacation on top of that. I mean, just because you hire someone doesn't mean you have to give them vacation unless it's mandated by some state law. And it's kind of crazy that a state law that when you pay somebody and you give them 2 months off in the summer, you give them 2 months off over Christmas, you give them spring break, fall break, and almost every single federal holiday, and then you give them vacation on top of that. As a taxpayer, I got to question that. That's just a rhetorical question.
Yeah. So in all actuality, they would not be able to use a vacation day when students are in session. So annual leave days are not allowed to be taken while students are in session. However, if they are our employee, they would earn 1 sick day a month, and they'd be able to take that at any point in time. And we would have to find a sub. But annual leave days, although we earn them, we can't use those on student days if you serve students, if that helps.
And when are they used?
Those are used on optional work days. At the beginning of the year, we have, for example, holidays during Christmas. All of those days are not given as holidays. Some of them are optional work days.
Okay.
And so during those 2 weeks that we're off, you have about 3 or 4 days, 3 usually, that are given as holidays. The rest of that, you either work or you take an annual leave day.
Okay, good. That's good to know. I'm just glad this was thought out, so thank you. And discuss.
So I had a question, and I think this is more a you question. So something was said, and I think it was in connection with the Mariposa School, about us getting reimbursed 50%. So I'm confused because I thought that was directly paid for out of PRC 305. So does our reimbursement go into why am I drawing a blank on the name? The fund.
It is
the fund balance.
It is Medicaid reimbursement. So we will pay that up front.
We pay it up front.
That's
out
right.
of our
out of our
tax funded,
out of our Fund 8, which is Medicaid already.
Okay.
And so then that will pour back into that Medicaid account. And so the funds that we pay it with up front are already sitting in Fund 8, which are recurring funds that we've gotten from Medicaid. You'll remember we just got some from 2021. But then we will file this, and then it will be paid half back to us, and it will go back in there. So that's kind of the way that works. We will pay up front, then we will file, and they'll send us that back, and it'll go in Fund 8 Medicaid, which does serve purposes like this, and that's what we use them for moving forward.
Okay, thank you for explaining. I was somehow under the impression that that was a kind of as-needed payment from Medicaid that covered the whole thing. So thank you for straightening me out on that.
So Medicaid in Fund 8 is a restricted revenue. And
Right.
you'll remember we have some restricted and some unrestricted. So this would be a restricted revenue within Fund 8.
Thank you.
So let me update. I just had another thought. And again, this is for contemplation for the future. Here's where the equivalency breaks down is, if we have a certified staff person, they have to be here over the holidays and stuff or take vacation. But a nurse who only has to be here when the students are here, they don't have to be here. So we're not paying MGA staffing. Their nurses aren't here during the 2-week winter break. They're not here in the spring break. They're not here on the holidays. They're not here on the optional work days, right? So we are in fact only paying them for about 8.5 months.
So you're
Maybe.
right. We only pay them when they are earning their hourly wage serving kids.
Right.
So
And
you're
what's their hourly wage? The hourly rate for a nurse, according to Grok in North Carolina, is $40 an hour. And I get the
And it is-
convenience. I heard everything you said. I just, maybe the foundation can start providing teachers for us or something.
And it is the same.
Or, I'm sorry,
it is the
providing
same, I'm sorry,
nurses.
it's the same hourly rate as last year.
Yeah.
MGA did agree to hold that rate at the same, and I'm sorry. That's thinking school responsibilities.
It's in the fine print somewhere.
Yeah,
Yeah, in the fine
I see
print.
the total cost, but I don't want to speak out of turn on that. Sorry. I need Control F. Thank you. There we go. So 75. Sorry about that.
$75 an hour is what we're paying, and according to Grok, which may or may not be accurate, the average pay of a nurse in North Carolina is $40 an hour. So we're paying a $35 an hour premium.
What specification did you put in on your Grok search for a nurse? Because there are registered nurse. Okay.
Yeah, I understand. And, I asked what the special skilled care was. Again, this is just things to think about going forward. I'm not opposing this.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you for your
Thank you for your hard work on that. And at this time, we're going to take a 10-minute break. Our break now, and we're on item D, amended fiscal year 2025-26 budget resolution for the fourth quarter. Fine.
Yes, Miss Edmonds is here. Before we get started, I want to say I misspoke. 305 Medicaid is unrestricted, but 306 Medicaid is restricted. So when we talk about the Mariposa money coming back in, it'll go into 305, but that does assist in things of this nature. But there is a restricted and an unrestricted, so I just wanted to clear that up. 306 is restricted. So, okay. All right, thank you. And now we have Ms. Edmonds coming to us with our amended budget resolution, the final one for the fourth quarter. Ms. Edmonds? And I will just have to say, before she shares this, I want to say kudos to her because she worked Friday, she worked Saturday, she has worked to ensure that we have everything tied up with a bow as it should be before we start our new fiscal year tomorrow. So, Ms. Edmonds, thank you to you and all of the ladies out in your department because this has been something I know that you guys have poured hours and hours into, and we appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I did want to recognize my team because they were here on Saturday as well, or not Saturday, but on Friday as well with me, and they stood with me the whole time. So
it's a great team.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep. So this is the amended final budget resolution for 25-26, the fourth quarter, and it does go through allotment revision 74. Our state public school fund is at $103,456,618. This was a decrease of $131,900. Our local current fund is at $41,955,151, and there is no change. Our federal program fund is at $11,111,047. This was an increase of $1,368. Our local capital fund is at $4,347,374. There is no change. For school nutrition fund, it is at $9,095,003. There was an increase of $84,903. Our after-school care fund remains at $1,500,000, no change. Our local operations fund is at $13,478,104. This was an increase of $81,104. Our total amended budget is $184,943,297. This was an increase of $35,475. And if we can go to our budget revision details. For state public school fund, there was a decrease of $131,900. This was in PRC 63. This was the difference in what we projected to be the revenue versus what we really received in actual revenue. For federal program fund, that increase was $1,368. That was in PRC 60, and it was an allotment revision 69 with approvals of 5/21/26. School nutrition fund, there was an increase of $84,903.28. For the school nutrition fund, that was just an increase in the budget to what we actually received in revenues. For our restricted revenue fund, there was an increase of $81,104.40. We had an increase in PRC 305 Medicaid. It was for 24-25. We received $66,929. For PRC 306, we received $6,470.40. That was a difference in the projected versus actual revenue. And then the 808 STEM robotics was $7,705. This was STEM robotic camp revenue. Any questions about the increases? Okay. Now we'll look at our Fund 2 fund balance as of today. For fund balance as of June 30th, 2025, we were at $4,651,054.17. We had assigned for inventories $310,746.29. We had assigned fund balance for 25-26 of $1,855,132.59, making our unassigned fund balance $2,485,175.29. We did have a net loss this year of $275,865.23. Our fund balance appropriation that we did not use was $1,579,267.36. Our unassigned fund balance was the $2,485,175.29. This makes our fund balance as of June 30th, 2026, $4,064,442.65. When you take away the $2 million floor that the board wants to stay within, our projected fund balance above that $2 million floor is $2,064,442.65. And I do want to say, the reason you see projected on here, we have auditors coming Monday, and so there will be some entries that they will end up doing for accounts receivables and payables.
Okay.
Any questions about Fund 2?
No, ma'am.
We can look at Fund 8. This is our restricted fund, Fund 8. As of June 30th, 2025, we had $8,743,100.40. We had year-to-date activity. We did use $488,215.38, making our June 30th, 2026 balance $8,254,885.02. Of that $8,254,885.02, there is $1,347,922.86 that is restricted, and there is $6,906,962.16 in unrestricted. We do have recurring expenses of $2,523,336.33, leaving available unrestricted $4,383,625.83.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any questions?
Any questions?
So, are we getting a budget tomorrow? Is that is that the plan? I mean,
Well,
that's
the
what I
last
saw
we
from-
heard, they were going to approve it on the 29th or 30th.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
we're crossing fingers and toes that that happens.
And based on what they've shared so far, not to get too deep into the weeds, I guess, during this, but what is our projected shortfall and need for local, and where would it come from, and how do we feel about it, I guess, in general?
I mean, we have ran some numbers. I don't know that I feel comfortable sharing
Right.
them until I know exactly every moving part, because it could really vary, just depending on lots of different situations. You know, if you know the county, I'm not sure if they have actually approved their budget. Has that one already been approved? It depends on how much we receive from them. It depends on what we know what the benefit rates are. But then we have to look at the teachers we have in local, because even though they say it's this amount, it is the actual increase at a different percentage per step that you're on from the teachers.
But
It would take a lot of modeling, you know, since it's different at all the different steps.
But what we've seen, what I saw from a summary of it is the 8% over 2 years, which was what we modeled, but there's a million details, I think, is what I just heard, right? So it fell on the end of, it fell in a bucket that we modeled, but the devil's in the details, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Because at certain levels, it's this percentage, and at other levels, it's this percentage, but it averages.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, yes. And
So
oh, by the way, the higher pay is at the younger, is at the more junior teachers, which actually is not it's
More likely to be local.
correct because of the way we shift positions around. Correct. It's going to influence the local funding more than if it had just been across the board.
Good questions.
Well, I mean, I know we've built for these scenarios, so I appreciate all the work you've done for that. And so hopefully we'll get a budget, teachers can get raises, and we can do even more in the coming year.
I feel like it might come across as a little bit disrespectful for you to stay and work over the weekend and present all this stuff, and then we say, well, what about this new stuff that, and of course we all realize, right, colleagues, that it's no fault of yours that the state is coming up with things at this late date to throw a monkey wrench in the works.
And the auditors are coming. Well, you do tremendous work, Ms. Edmonds. There is no doubt in your team. So this is just
Absolutely.
outstanding beyond. So we thank you so very much. All right, hearing no other comments, we'll go to item E, continuing budget resolution for 26-27.
And I'll just let you roll right on into it, Ms. Edmonds.
This is our continuing budget resolution for 26-27, and the recommendation is based on the June 26 amended budget resolution. So we will go forward in October, as we have done in the past 2 years. We hope to be able to bring you an original budget resolution in October, but what is presented as continuation budget is based off of 25-26 SIS budget. That's the way it is. So the total continuation budget is $184,943,297.
Again, we know this will look different in October. This is a continuation budget. And when we come back with actual numbers, when we get the directives, then Ms. Edmonds will update that. And the goal would be to have you real hard numbers with the actual scenario in October.
Okay, thank you very much. Well done. All right, so at this point, we're at item F, school board meeting agenda for regular business meeting, June 30, 2026. And so unless I hear anything different, we'll add all of the items under item 3, A, B, C, D, and E to the consent agenda. All right, hearing none, thank you very much. So at this time, we're going to take a recess of about 15 to 20 minutes to get set up for our regular business meeting. So we'll see you then. Thank you. We'll take a recess. ready, Shannon? Okay. All right, welcome back from our recess. At this time, do we have a motion to move into closed session for the purposes as stated on the agenda? All right. And we're in regular business meeting, by the way.
Next page, Mr. Hanson. Thanks. There you go. She put it all together for us.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye. Aye. All right, we'll move into closed session. Thank you. Okay, everyone, welcome, and we're returning to open session. Do we have a motion to return to open session?
So moved.
Do we have a second? Second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Was Mr. Benway able to join us? Do you know? I know okay, you can check on him for us. All right. We are at the Pledge of Allegiance, and we have Ms. Sinan here to lead us in the pledge. Thank you so much. And Ms. Davis, if you'll lead us in a moment of silence. Mhm.
If everyone would join me in a moment of silence, please. Thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. All right, so we are now at item 6, our consent agenda.
And Madam Chair, I need to recuse myself from the consent agenda vote due to a personal matter on the personnel report. And also, did we approve the agenda?
No.
No. Okay, so I'll throw that
All
out
right,
there as well.
Thank you so much. All right, do we have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you, Mr. Johnson. All right, so now you have requested to recuse yourself from the consent agenda.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda at this time?
Madam Chair,
Oh,
could that's all right, could I just share a
Yes.
few things?
Yes, ma'am, I'm
All
so
right.
sorry.
That's all right. I just know that
Have
we have a couple of exciting appointments on the consent agenda, so I wanted to make sure that we shared those. We have Dr. Bridget Johnson, who will be going to Aberdeen Elementary. Dr. Johnson is no stranger to Moore County Schools. She was a principal at Vast Lakeview Elementary for us. She was our director of curriculum and instruction here in Moore County Schools. She then left us for a brief period to go back to go to the University of North Carolina at Greensboro Serve Center, where she supported school improvement efforts in North Carolina, South Carolina, and Georgia. Most recently and currently, she has been the Assistant Director of Student Support Services, and so we're excited to have her leading Aberdeen next year. We have Matthew Glendenning, who is going to be the new principal of Cameron Elementary School. He's currently an AP at Southern Middle School. He has really helped in supporting school improvement and PLTs. He has been in our district for a while. Prior to that AP role, he served as a teacher at Southern Middle in 7th grade ELA, and he spent 10 years teaching 4th and 5th grade at West End Elementary School. So he'll be a terrific addition to that Cameron School family. We have Mr. Sean Krinsecki, who will be going to Northmore High School as the new principal. Mr. Krinsecki has served as principal of Aberdeen over this past year, but he's also been principal at Southern Middle, West End, and the Community Learning Center at Pinckney. At each appointed school, he's done a terrific job for Moore County Schools, and so we look forward to seeing his work in Mustang Country. We have Dr. Molly Capps, who has been our Director of Student Support Services over this past year, but prior to that, she led McDeeds Creek Elementary School. She will be moving to Union Pines High School as the new principal there. She's moving back to her roots of high school because she started her career as a high school English teacher and a coach. So she's excited to get back to her high school roots, and we look forward to her leading Union Pines High School. Dr. Carla Neal has been appointed or will be appointed as Director of Student Support Services moving forward. Dr. Neal is a Moore County Schools graduate. Both of her parents also were 30-year retirees with Moore County Schools, so a long tradition of serving Moore County Schools. She taught at Pinecrest for 4 or 5 years. She then moved to be an assistant principal at Northmore High School, Westmore, and Robbins Elementary School before she left to go just over the line to Chatham County. She spent the last 8 or 9 years as principal of Bennett K-8 School there in Chatham County, where she led them to a B rating. So we look forward to her returning back home to Moore County Schools and serving as Director of Student Support Services. And lastly, on that personnel report, we have Mr. Andy McCormick, who will be moving into the Assistant Superintendent for Human Resources position. Mr. McCormick comes to the central office level after leading Union Pines for the last 11 years. Prior to joining Moore County Schools, he was principal at St. Paul's High School and Parkton Elementary School. We are confident that his 29 years so far in public education will bring experience to that HR role that will make him well suited to support our school system. So we look forward to these folks joining us, Chair.
Thank you, ma'am. Those are exciting news, and thank you for that. So do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Do we have a
Second.
Okay. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, thank you very much, and apologize for forgetting that.
No worries.
And so now we are at the public address to the board. Do we have any speakers this evening?
We do. We have one, Mr. Jim Peterson.
Hello, everyone. I didn't have anything to say until I listened to the work session today, and I was on my way driving back here from the mountains listening to it, and I was Iwo Jima and Mount Suribachi. I was like,
Point of order. I think we should start again.
oh no.
You get a do-over.
Now you're making me nervous. Yeah. I was driving back from the mountains today, and I just had to come here to say this. I didn't have anything to say until I listened in on the work session while I was driving, and I actually I thought I was going to have to pull over with tears of joy in my eyes when I heard that students are reading books like The Code Talker, The Odyssey, Animal Farm, learning about why people need to flee communism for freedom. Something about studying the flag raising on Mount Suribachi over Iwo Jima. It just just made me feel really proud of being in this community and the staff and teachers, what our kids are learning now. And like the books, these are the kind of, I wrote this down, these are the kind of stories that challenge young minds, build character, expand vocabulary, and inspire critical thinking. These kind of books have the power to shape a lifetime, so let's continue investing in literacy and reading. More books, less screen time. And one other last thing I wanted to say, that I never knew coaching supplements, the compensation they get was so small. Even though we're better than everybody else, let's set the example. Thinking back when I was in high school, well, even at middle school, some of my coaches, some of the things I learned from coaches are really things that help shape the rest of my life. It's very important. They have a lot of responsibility. They should be compensated for it. And the things I'm hearing past few months, I never heard these school board meetings before, so I think all we need was a new superintendent. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And that concludes our public address. All right, we're ready for our, just a few hours left as interim superintendent, almost full superintendent, Ms. Purvis.
I just want to say how proud I am of all the work that's being done in our district. Thank you so much again. I've relayed this to Ms. Edmonds and our finance department for getting our year end ready. Thank you to our curriculum folks who are really digging in and making moves for us to go forward with less screen time. I appreciate that. I just really want to say to our students and our teachers, I hope they have a restful, relaxing summer. Take some time to recharge. Students, please enjoy your summer, but be safe. And a thank you again to all of our folks who contributed today to give us a wonderful work session and a good board meeting. So thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. All right, board comments at this time? Anyone?
I just have, I'm sorry.
Go right ahead.
Okay, thank you. Last Thursday, I had the pleasure of visiting West End Elementary School, where they were running the Read to Achieve program. I met Dr. Burris there, and she guided me over to the second grade class that was being run by Miss Jennifer Cuff. who was doing an outstanding job of engaging these kids. There were about 18 of them. And the kids come from both West End and West Pines Elementary School. I was particularly, well, I want to say I presented Miss Cuff with a caught being awesome card from the school board on your behalf. She was doing a great job. I was particularly impressed with the extent to which America 250 materials and text were integrated into the Read to Achieve class. I think it was a great bit of effort and very clearly a deliberate effort on the part of the curriculum folks to work that in. Along the lines of the America 250, I would just like to wish my fellow board members and the public a happy 250th anniversary of the founding of our country. And I think it's appropriate, I'd like to finish up with a summary paragraph, perhaps the most important paragraph, the culminating the Declaration of Independence. And it reads, "We therefore, the representatives of the United States of America, in General Congress assembled, appealing to the Supreme Judge of the world for the rectitude of our intentions, do in the name and by authority of the good people of these colonies, solemnly publish and declare that these united colonies are, and of right ought to be free and independent states, that they are absolved from all allegiance to the British Crown, and that all political connection between them and the state of Great Britain is and ought to be totally dissolved, and that these free and independent states, they have full power to levy war, conclude peace, contract alliances, establish commerce, and to do all other acts and things which independent states may of right do. And for the support of this declaration, with a firm reliance on the protection of divine providence, we mutually pledge to each other our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor." Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Benway. Any other board members?
Well, I'll follow the founding fathers, I suppose. Very eloquent, and I was going to say something along the lines of, we head into the 4th of July, everyone safe travels, have a good time celebrating the 250th anniversary of our great country. I'll be up in Pennsylvania doing exactly that, so looking forward to heading up there tomorrow. Also want to say, with all the changes that are happening, as far as principal moves and shifts that are happening, I just think it's really important for people to know that in Moore County, we always pull together to support one another through change. And so even though you may hear a lot of changes in the public, a lot of things happening, there's a whole support system underneath the public knowledge necessarily that are supporting all these folks to make sure that everyone is successful. So looking forward to a great school year and a safe and healthy summer.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else?
Yes.
Dr. Dahl?
Well, kind of from the sublime to the local here. I just want to mention how excited I am about the pilot for the middle school ELA programs. I think it expresses things that the current makeup of the board and previous makeups of the board have valued. I think it's a good direction for education. I'm excited to see it in practice. And then I also wanted to mention that my very favorite thing tonight was the highlights of the class of 2026. Mm-hmm. You know, it's a coming together of everything that everyone within the schools invests. All the administration, all the planning at the top level, all the planning by the teachers, all the work of teams, the individual support of students, the collaboration with parents, a lot of effort to support these kids and provide opportunities that open doors. But ultimately, the credit is due to the students because they're the ones who did it. But I love that it's the coming together of the support of the community and the school system and the students themselves, all expressed in the highlights of the graduating class. So I really appreciated that and wanted to comment on it.
Well said. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Dahl. Anyone else? All right, just, I wanted to let my fellow board members know that I am getting ready to go to the meeting. I'm serving on the North Carolina School Boards Association Legislative Committee. So I am looking for any kind of statewide issues or priorities that you would like to see on a survey. So this group is coming together to create a survey for the state on any kind of issues or priorities. So I need those by July 16th. I'll send you an email follow-up so you'll know about it. So that's a great opportunity for us. I would also like to echo Dr. Dahl's sentiments about congratulations to our seniors, our graduates of 2026, and to all of those that contributed to their success. There's, is like you said, very well. It ranges beginning with our students and all the different levels of support, community, everyone. So thank you. And happy July 4th, everyone. Thank you all for being here. Thank you to staff for all of your hard work to prepare for our meeting. Safe travels, everyone, and we look forward to seeing you in August. All right. Do I have a motion to adjourn our meeting? Second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Okay, motion's adjourned. Thank you.